And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I am Nathaniel Sykins. How's everybody doing? So we're going to pick up right where we left off. We're still working on this thing. It is a little bit out of whack as far as the shaping that I wanted. It's a little bit too... It's not a circle anymore. We've lost the circle look. We did need to extend it, but by extending it, we've completely lost the circular look that we were trying to achieve. Like, maybe we could go with a little bit more rounded. So what I think we should do... We need to make it bigger. There's no question about that. It just needs to get bigger. And I'm sitting here looking at it. I think we need to go here. Okay, yeah, I think that's gonna get all of that. So that should be that entire section down there, minus the engines there. And that shouldn't intersect with anything else. Okay, so we can take this, cut it, paste it, and then move it. I'm thinking 5. Yeah, so we'll paste it there. Then this, we'll just do the same thing over here. So cut 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then paste it. It's still not going to have that circular shape. It is going to be a little bit closer, but we're still going to lose a little bit of that circle. And I feel like we could make the hangar a little bit bigger. And now we got spaces there, so we could effectively get... We could make a big hangar on the side or something. Like have it loading from the bottom, like landing on inside of it instead of landing on top of it. I feel like the cells back here are now a little out of whack. We're still not finished with those because I haven't quite figured out what I want to do with them. So I feel like on that note, we're gonna have to move these out some. I'm not exactly sure how far out I want to move them though. Okay, yeah, that's perfect there. As far as the height is concerned. No, because that's part of the main hull. Do we want to... We could move that a few blocks. Yeah, we could move that out a few blocks. And make one little alteration to it too. Okay, yeah, hang on. So... Yeah, alright. So what I want to do here... We're gonna have to do this in pieces. I just realized that if I try to select all the way down to this portion of the nacelle, it's going to select all these blocks down here too, so that's not going to work. We're going to have to do this a different way. That's fine. What did I just do? We need to go that way one more. Oh, no, that's fine, that's fine. We wanted to... Okay, so we got all that. We wanted to try and cut that off, and then we will move that here in a second. Oh, this is all that size because of the size of the engines. Okay. That's why we got it. I wanted to change this and make it 3 wide. But now that I'm thinking about it, part of the reason why we did it the way we did it is because of the size of the engines. That's fine. It's fine. Okay. So now that we got that selected, let's cut everything and then move it 1, 2. Paste it. And then we're going to move this here. Same deal. Cut 1, 2, and paste. So now if I do a new selection, we should be able to nope. Nope, we can't do that. Okay, that's 2. I forgot this won't let me. It won't let me undo that. Okay. I'm just screwing this up constantly. So now we do have all that selected. Okay. So cut 1, 2, and paste it. Because there's a little bit more space there. All right, cool. That's now separated out and a little bit further apart. Yeah. That works. Now the support structure here seems a little bit small now. But again, we did it that size because of the size of the thrusters. So thrusters are a little bit off on that now. Not much that can be done about that. So the next question is, like, what do we do from here? So we got a much bigger saucer section there now, which makes these nacelles look absolutely tiny. The problems with scaling in this game. The absolute insanity of it. You gotta love the scaling of stuff in this. If you go too small, it doesn't look right. If you go too big, it doesn't look right. If you don't go big enough, it doesn't look right. I don't know what to do about this section. We're just doing something real quick, just to cover that in. Oh, we already went through all of our blocks. And it does look like we need at least one block there. Does it have to be that, though? Yeah, I mean, technically it does. Because of that area. So normally what I do here is I put down, like, the force fields across this. Because I don't think these count as airtight. Yeah, it's not airtight. So you have to put the force fields down. Now wait a minute here. They've changed how these work. Oh, that's because of what I did there. It's a completely different thing that I did. Okay. So what we're gonna have to do is that. Plus that. So that we get that completely covered with force fields. Which presents a problem because usually what I do here is I put like a walkway here so you can't walk into it, but now there's force fields there, so you're gonna end up falling into this. I mean, we can still put walkways, something to block here, but there is now, I don't even know if you can pull a vehicle through that. Honestly, don't know if you can pull a vehicle through over this. I'm not going to worry about that right this second because I got nowhere to test that. We don't have any kind of hardware in this to make it move. So we don't have fuel tanks. We don't have a pilot seat. We don't have generators. Nothing. It's a big ship on the inside, that's for sure. I still don't know what to do up here. I feel like we need to add something. Like maybe this is where the bridge actually is. So how do we get into it is the question. Because if this is the hangar, how do we get up if we put the bridge here? Which I am not opposed to. I don't mind that idea. Because it's a good, huge area of sight. And, I mean, like, we got the shape thing that we haven't done yet up here. So how do I want this to look? Because it's supposed to be a little bit rounded. I don't think we're going to get a little bit rounded in this. And how far do I want it to come in? And how do you get in here from there? I mean, we got these side areas here. Would it make sense to be able to walk through the nacelle? Okay, so the engine is here. No, it would not make sense to go here because the engine... You'd literally be frying yourself just walking into the forward, you know what I'm trying to say. You'd literally just be killing yourself going there, so that's not going to happen. Why is that even popping up? That shouldn't be doing that. Okay, If we put it up here, how are we connecting it to there? Like, what is the easiest way to make this look like it's connected? Because in the image, you are nowhere near this. These aren't connected. We haven't done any shaping down here yet, so it's just flat. But this is just, it's a thing. Like, maybe this isn't even... Maybe this is actually where the engineering is. Like, the engineering department is up there. As far as where you would be piloting this from, I don't know. I mean, this is awfully flat here. I don't see any kind of way of... See, the ship that I'm looking at, okay, we've gone way past the... We're using this for inspiration at this point. So the ship that we're looking at, like these support columns or whatever they call them, are actually much thicker. I would say they're probably about 1/8 of the ship thick. And there's 2 of them, so they make up maybe bigger than 1/8, but maybe like 1/6 of the ship. So they're pretty beefy structures that are connecting to the back nacelles. So the back nacelles being these sections here. And granted, we went and put like more engines like right there, but or thrusters. So we're probably gonna need it. But yeah, so these are actually much bigger on the ship that I am looking at for inspiration. And in fact, they go a lot further up on the ship. They go like all the way to the tip. Like they probably cut off like right about there. And then you got this kind of rounded piece that goes through the center of it right here. Now, it's got a little bit of a variation here, so this, like, all of this would be like blue on the ship, and then you'd have like a blue line here that kind of curves in. I can't do a really good curve on this scale, but it like stops there, here, and then it would go like all the way here, probably further. Like that. It kind of curves in. All that would be blue, and then you got this white thing here, which I decide for our purposes would be this ribbed look that we got going on. I just figured, being that I can't copy exactly what's going on, we'd do this like little rib here, and I felt like that'd be good enough. It'd look all right. We could probably do something with that, but I'm not going to. I just had an idea for something. I'm like, we can't really do that. Now, there is a spot like here somewhere that looks like maybe that's where the pilot seat is. But this is also a Star Trek ship that we're looking at, so you know it's much bigger than that. And like 3 blocks of space for any kind of big starship as far as a command deck, it's too small. Like, we're not going to get much there. You're going to put the seat in and probably some walls, and that's about it. Even at our scale, like, that's going to be too small. So we need a little bit more space than that. And I don't really know what to do at this point with this, because that's just not big enough anywhere. Like, some of the design choices we've made here trying to replicate it, like this here, that whole section there, when it comes to this end here, like we did with this kind of setup here, it kind of just ends, and then you get it ends like right about there or something, and then you get a slender section going through. So that's why I did this right here with these little slope rounded bits to try and represent that where it ends, and then the rest of the ship just continues on as if that doesn't exist. The only problem I had with that is I was sitting there thinking about, we don't have the rounded bits to make that work, so this is going to have to be slightly flat here instead. We don't have the bits to make that meet up correctly either, so yeah, it's just going to have to be what it is there. I like the idea of having where you would sit and pilot the thing from being up there, but it clearly needs to be here somewhere. The only question is, like, where are we going to put it? And plus, because of the angle of this going up like that, that's not even close to what it is. More than likely on a Star Trek ship or something, this would be flat. I just decided that I was going to do something decorative and go at an angle instead of just having a flat thing there. Now, the nacelles themselves, we could still move them up and down a little bit. We could move them out a little bit or something. I'm not sure. I feel like we've got the rounded connectors there. Like what is displayed. Oh, I was going to do this earlier before we got offline. So let's Okay, so we're not going to be doing that too many times there. We literally just need that piece once there. And then there. Nope. And honestly, these don't even need to be this material. This could actually be the what was it called? Carbon blocks. I'll show you why we're doing this here in a second. Okay, we get all of this done here. Almost. Okay, so we can take our multi-tool here. And we'll do like this. Oh, it doesn't have any power. And now when you look at the nacelles, you get this cool little line going on. It would make more sense if we had the lights working, but because there's no power, we don't have that. It's just a little texture detail you can add to your stuff. And now it doesn't look like just one big thing holding it to the other piece, so gives it a little bit of character. Just a tiny bit of character. I mean, I think it's alright. It's definitely, it could be a lot better, but it also could be a lot worse. We definitely need to do a lot more texture work and block work. Like this, I feel like this needs to be cut off a little bit more. And simply because this section here comes down to a angle. So maybe not even like there. Like maybe we just yeah, like maybe it's back there that it kind of comes this way a little bit. So we could do like that. Yeah, I feel like this kind of works. Just to give it a little bit of character on the outside. And then basically what you would have here is like that. However, oh yeah, let's get rid of this. This can all go bye-bye. And I'm still not sure like how we're gonna connect this up. I thought I accidentally clicked a block back here. Doesn't look like I did. Okay. Or maybe I did. So what I'm thinking here, where are those rounded bits at? This one. See, that's not actually gonna fit to that, so it's gonna have to be here. So that's gonna be flat, but then this here. I feel like why not? Like this would. Yeah, it's just slightly offset a little bit there, which I think is great. This, on the other hand, oh no, it would have to be that one. No, I don't want to do that. Because we got a little bit of a problem like right here where those are supposed to meet up. Because then that ends on. But we got no way to extend this out, so this has got to. Yeah, this is where we're gonna have to do this at. I'm not a huge fan of that, but there's nothing I can do about it. At least I don't think there is. Like this can. Do these meet up? No. I mean, it does that way, but we're getting further away from what I was thinking. Do these? Does this meet up with that? No, not even close. And these go to angle pieces. That doesn't match that. Yeah, that doesn't match with that either. So none of these actually match up to that. Well, that kind of sucks. And there's no way for me to get out of that shape either. Like once you're locked in on this particular round, there's no way to get out of it. You are just stuck with it. I'm not even sold on this yet. Like we may end up tearing apart a lot of this because I don't like that. You just got that little corner just peeking out there, and there's no way for me to do anything about it. But at some point, I do have to connect up with it. Yeah, that's not even the right piece that we're looking for there. It's this one. And I just realized that takes up a third of the area, or 2/3 of the area. So literally those are designed to only match up with themselves. They don't match to anything else. Okay, yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. And no, this is not the final color. I don't think that a spaceship would be bright red. I don't think any major culture would, well, I don't know. Because there was something that Neil deGrasse Tyson said a while back that just rubs me the wrong way. And what it was is he was talking about, like, you know, in all these movies and everything, all the aliens look very humanoid with opposable thumbs and things and everything. Why is that the thing? And I was sitting there thinking about it, and I was like, you know, if an advanced culture does manage to, you know, invent space travel and everything, like one more advanced than us, we can infer a few things. First and foremost, they're going to have some kind of hands or digits or appendages that is capable and flexible enough to work with tools. And guess what? Hands are pretty common. Like, you know, all the variations of humans have hands, but monkeys and apes also have hands, and a lot of animals they don't really have hands, but they have paws that they use to manipulate items. So that is going to be like a staple of any race. They're going to have some kind of appendage that allows them to work with tools. In order to do anything, you got to be able to build, and in order to build, you got to be able to manipulate tools. So they're going to have that. There's no way around it. I just royally screwed up on this. I forgot to set that to paint the entire block. But yeah, they're going to have some kind of appendage to do that. And that also means that if they're using their hands to work on, you know, whatever it is they're working on, they're probably, more than likely, they're standing upright. Now, in nature, and you got to think about this in terms of nature too. And if you've never heard me talk like this is because I go through a lot of logic. I use logic instead of other forms of stuff. And basically, what I'm going to say here is that for that to happen, for them to have the hands, and like nature is very, very, very simplistic. Nature follows the path of least resistance. And what you will notice looking at the animal kingdom, specifically big mammals and reptiles, is a certain a certain pattern to how many appendages they have. Even dinosaurs, as big as they were, followed that same pattern of, you know, either 2 legs or 4 legs. And if they have 2 legs, then they've got some form of arm for grasping or clawing or something. And it's pretty standard across the board. So if they've got some kind of appendage to grab and manipulate tools, most likely they're going to have 2. They're going to have two hands, left and right, which means that with how nature works and its very simplistic nature, very amazing use of wordage here, that means that most likely they're only going to have 4 appendages. They're not going to have more than that. I don't see why they would. So the idea that an alien has a very human appearance makes perfect sense. Okay, it's not something that you have to roll your eyes and be like, come on, be creative. Actually, if you really think about it, that is going to probably be the standard. Now, beyond that, like how those appendages work, you could use your imagination on that, but I do think they're probably going to have something like fingers, because doing major invention like building like this, you're going to need to be able to, like, when you start, like when the race starts building these things and gets to the point where they are building spaceships, they're going to be able to manipulate, because everything's going to be done by hand. Look at a lot of these space probes and everything is done by hand. They don't use robots for, I don't think everything, but a good chunk of it. So yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson, if you ever see this, which I doubt, they probably would look very human. The idea that they wouldn't is ridiculous. You got to think about it logically, and like how humans have evolved and manipulate tools and everything. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that they would have appendages and everything that would look like human parts. Like, no question. Oh, good lord. Yeah, okay, so these didn't get hit at all. So those can be removed. So yeah, we got a little bit of shape going on there. I'm still not happy with this front. Yeah, the front of the thing that I'm looking at is a little more pointy, but you know, we went with this rounded look because it does have a round look to it. It just looks odd, is all. I got no way out of that. It's just gonna be how it is. I almost wonder if we could. Can we just change this? Let's give a gap here. We can give like a fairly large gap. Yeah, that definitely looks a lot better already. A heck of a lot better. Okay. It's still not, I'm gonna say this like constantly, but we've lost a lot of the roundedness that I liked, but there's not a whole lot I can do about that. I feel like we could put a sentry gun or Gatling guns up here. This is unintentional. I didn't mean for that to be even. And then that to be odd. I really do want to put some weapons on this that you yourself could fire, but this is not meant to be a battleship. The firing of weapons would be more of a self-defense thing. Though we got enough space, we could probably give it a little bit of weaponry. I don't know what that would do with this core setup, but we're not even there at the core yet. I still haven't decided where I want to put our cockpit or command center. I can't think of the real name. The real wordage that we're supposed to be using there. And it really bothers me with some of these shapes because I remember making this kind of angle and having it really smooth. But clearly I don't have the blocks to do that. Okay, this is because this one's on a different angle setup. It's not the same angle setup as that one. So this does look pretty clean with how those are set up. I almost wonder, like, what is our forward thrust at this point? It's 41, so it's not bad. Our left and right really suck. So our strafing is terrible. Our down force is really good. It's always confusing me. So the down force is what makes you go up. So this down force is okay. It's not great, but it is for the purposes that I'm building this, it's good. This is also not meant to go on 4G planets. So having 41 at this stage is okay. That's not exactly huge, but it's okay. Our strafing though at 20, that's terrible. Reversing at 20, reversing is not something I really think is necessary as far as like having a bunch. It's kind of like your downforce. You just need enough to be able to reverse. That's it. Or your up. God, that's so confusing. So your up force is what causes you to go down, and then your reverse, your forward force is what makes you go back. It's all backwards. Like if I say left right, you got to think in the opposite direction. If I'm saying left, I'm talking about going right. So our left force, which would make us turn right. No, no. That's not right. That's not right at all. Yeah. So you get what I'm saying. But we got plenty of room here. We could put more thrusters on it. I'm just thinking about what is the CPU cost going to be. Let's take a look at the CPU right now. Okay, so we're at 153,000 of 200,000. So it's not terrible with those thrusters on there, but remember, we're not even done with the hull yet. And we're going to make some changes and everything. There's a lot of pieces that we could change out for carbon, like these lights over here. We could change all these pieces for carbon, and that would reduce some of the weight. Like, it doesn't have to be completely steel. All these little bitty corners, this one here, we could change those out for carbon, and it's just going to reduce some of the weight. This has blocks underneath it, so does this one. So we could exchange those for carbon. We don't need those. This is not it's not meant for combat. On my combat vessel, I even did that in places. Like, it's not all completely steel everywhere. In fact, the front of this is steel here, and then combat steel. And then on the interior, this is all Xeno. On the back side of this, it's just steel, because if they've blown through this, you should have got out of combat already. Then again, it's also very heavy. This is all carbon, because this is not... I wanted it to be combat steel. It's too heavy for it to be combat steel. So yeah, you can see like that pattern right there tells you right there it's carbon. That pattern says hardened steel. The combat one is kind of a light gray with white. And so you got Xeno here because it's a sensitive area. You got your large shield generator here, an advanced plasma there. Like, this ship it's costly. We got another large shield charger there. There's your warp core, and then all of the hardened steel and Xeno armor in the front. We got one laser cannon here to act as a decoy, and from what I understand, the NPCs will target not the last block of the weapon, but the back of it. So they're trying to hit here effectively. So if you can put like the butt of something in front of something else, they will try to target this before they target your weapons. Now, unfortunately, we got these laser cannons here, which I can't make up my mind on those. They're good, they're bad, they're good, they're bad. I do not like this here with our where we're actually piloting from. I realized that I didn't do much decorating in here. That's unusual. Oh, here you go. So that's the combat still, only I painted it red. Vehicles like this, I paint the insides of areas red because those are sensitive areas. If you're seeing red while you're flying around, get out. Yeah, this is red because we're like right here at the oxygen tanks. So if they start blowing this apart, you need to get out, because if the oxygen tanks go, it's going to take out a good chunk of stuff right here. And then immediately behind here is the fusion core and one of the gravity generators. I think they had to put two in here. this is just not accessible because I was trying to shove stuff into places. So I was just looking for pockets that I could put parts and everything. Because for the most part, I got this filled in the way I wanted it to. It went through a lot of revisions as far as like how you navigate it, and even now, like the navigation through this is is a little bit crazy. So you can land like your shuttle or whatever here, and then come in through this door, and then go down these stairs here, and into this door here. Over here, we've got the generator room. It's a generator room. And then down this way, you come here. We got the loading ramp so that you can get on from the ground right here. And then up here is the main hallway, at least that's what I call it. And then through here, and then down through here, we got munitions. And then through here, this is technically engineering, but the warp core and a shield charger are here. And then let's go back downstairs because... Okay, I took away access to that. Yeah, you can't get in here anymore. Yeah, it's a hardened steel now. So yeah, you can't get into these. Originally these were supposed to be your crafting areas, like being able to make anything. So I did put some crafting in here. You've got a deconstructor because most likely you are tearing apart builds and getting all the goodies and everything. And then we've got an advanced constructor in here and some extra storage. There is, yeah, here's your container controllers. So one of them's here, the other one's on the other side in exactly the same spot. So there is symmetry on that. But as you've seen, you know, here's your generator, your fusion core, and then over here is your crafting room. And then from there, you can actually go back here, and we're back over here. This is not where I was talking about going. Okay, it's through this door. So back through this door. And up here, we've got a harvester controller. This is only here because, you know, you're going to be getting parts and metal and everything. So I had to put like some kind of big storage on it. So that's what this is for. That's for any kind of parts and things you get off of whatever it is you're attacking. And then up here, here's your pentaxid, and here is your core room. This is all jammed in here in the very back. Hopefully they don't blow this up. They should blow up a lot of other things before they get to it. It is in the back, and it's high carbon back here. So we got hardened steel like everywhere around this room. It's not combat steel, it's just hardened. So the likelihood of them blowing up your core room is very low. Most likely what they are going to do, if you're not paying attention, is they are going to blow through here and blow up these oxygen tanks, and then probably take out this fusion reactor, which will just kill the ship. It'll just be dead at that point. Luckily, these oxygen tanks over here on this side aren't much of a problem. Unfortunately, this is all carbon here. This is just decorative stuff. I had like blank areas. Like a lot of this is blank because I didn't know what to do with it. And I was just like, well, we'll texturize it and keep it plain. And then over here, I was just like, we got to add something to make it look good. As far as the weapon configuration, this went through a lot of changes. Originally, I had them sideways shoved in there, but I thought it looked too much like Spange's ship, so I just changed it. Because I think this is version 9 is what I finally set it on. It's not exactly... It does its job, but it's still not something that I'm like super happy with. It is a good ship, but it's too big. Like for combat, this thing is just too big. It works, it does the job, and part of the reason that it's too big is because of this nonsense. So this is at max normal cores. So we got our 2 superiors in here, we got our 2 advanced, and then our 4 basic extenders. Our 2 basic extenders, and then our 2 improved cores. Like, I forgot that these are longer. So this guy is 3 blocks long, this is 2, that's only like 1 block, and this is a 2x2 block. This is just absolutely ridiculous. You should not have to use that many cores to make a vessel capable of fighting basic enemies. And that's one of the biggest problems that I was complaining to the creators of Reforged Eden about. Like, this is too much. And they were like, no, that seems about right. And I was like, no, it's too much, because if you look at where you're getting from this stuff, from the stuff that you're attacking, getting this ship, using this ship to attack, you're not getting anything out of it. You've actually spent a lot more resources bringing this in than you're getting from destroying those things or taking them out and then grabbing all the goodies. Like, it's not, the cost isn't there. Like, we need stuff that is going to allow us to take them out. And I'm talking about like Sunnets and things, which Sunnets are the smallest possible vessel that you can go and attack. Now, you can attack like freighters and things, but they don't have much. So yeah, that's one of the things I had a problem with the creators. They were like, yeah, this is perfect, it works great this way in this setup. For what we're attacking, this ship costs way too much to take that stuff on. Like, and I was showcasing this against a repair station. It's not an actual repair station, it's just an NPC repair station, or shipyard. And I was showing like the amount of effort it was taking with this kind of ship to take that out, and what we were getting out of it. We weren't getting out anything useful for bringing in this ship. So how are we going to get those resources? Like, the cost effective is just way too low, in my opinion. This is way too costly to be only capable of attacking something that's not going to get you much. And that's the exact same thing with Spange's ship. Like, the reward versus risk just is not there. And then there's the amount of stuff you need to bring in a ship. Like, this thing has a lot of Xeno on it. It has 11,196 blocks of Xeno. That's a lot. And you're not even getting that much out of everything, because they changed how you get Xeno in this one. So, used to, if you harvested a block of Xeno, you got a block of Xeno. Now what you get is this stuff, Xeno material. Okay, that doesn't tell you a whole lot. Let's go look at a recipe. So there's a block of Xeno, and there's everything it requires to get a block of Xeno. You need 12 Xeno materials. 12. You know how much you were getting for breaking down a block of Xeno? 2. So every 6 blocks of Xeno that you break down, that you harvest, you're not harvesting the full block anymore, you're just getting the raw resource. For every 1 block that you make, you need to harvest 6. That's over 66,000 Xeno blocks you have to find in this. You're not finding that many. And it gets worse with other people's ships. Like, Artemis Rogue is really bad about Xeno. And people like Spam say that, oh, that's not a problem. You'll get that easy. I'm like, no, you won't. You're not getting that much to bring that ship in to attack something to get Xeno. It's not happening. You would have to spend a very long time going around harvesting Xeno off of planets, which is extremely rare, and it still doesn't get you that much. You're talking like the same thing, where you're only getting like 2 pieces of Xeno off of a block. That's it. 2. You're still having to look for 66,000 blocks of Xeno just to bring in a ship like that. And guess what? You're not getting any of that back. Not from the ships that can take on. None of them. And it's like I said, it's even worse with Artemis Rogue ships. I gotta remember the button. He puts a lot of Xeno in his. I can't remember any of his. I literally cannot think of any of the ships that he's made, the names of them. Okay, so the Oni is his. This constructor thing is something that I added. I added a constructor to it. It's usable, but you can't run the ship with it. You have to turn everything off in order to use a constructor, but you have a constructor. It does work. You can use it. It's just very annoying. Okay, these are all off the workshop. I got a lot of these, mostly for decoration. I was gonna build like a crazy base using some people's stuff. Hello. Yeah. I've seen those before, and no, you don't get thousands of Xeno. I've taken apart one of those. I had maybe enough to make 10 blocks after taking apart. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Big purple crystals. And there's usually not that many of them. I think I've seen in one spot, the most I've seen is like 6. Well, unless there's a different style planet, yeah, it's the crystal planets with it's got big purple crystals growing out of it. And I tore apart one of those, and I eventually just stopped because it's like, we're not even getting that much out of this. Where are... I can't remember any of Artemis's ships. Yeah, I will admit right here, right now, though, I have not played that much because the combat in this game is absolutely garbage. I like building in this a lot more than I like playing it. I will admit right now. I know I've got one of Artemis's ships. I wanted to pull it out and just show how much Xeno is in his ship. Have they changed the colors or something? Because it was like a pinkish purple. Hello, Tyro. Welcome, 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 both of you. Entei and Tyro, welcome. Yeah, did they change the color of them? Because it was like a pinkish purple the last time I actually played and saw one of those. Unless I'm remembering that wrong. Okay, so here's the honey badger, but I don't think that one's... The hero's not the one I was thinking of. Oh, here we go. Arcadia, or the Animal Reforged. Animal Reforged, because this one's really good. I don't know. Like I said, it has been a while. So, am I not saying it? He not put. I picked the one ship he didn't put Xeno in, did I? Didn't I? Oh yeah, that's because this was when shields were like really. Yeah, okay. This is the wrong time period, wrong ship. F5, not F5. Stop it. Man, it has been a minute. I can't remember what button it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm thinking of it's like a decorative crystal, like a giant crystal formation, and then there's little ones all around it. You don't get much from those. I don't remember which one of these he made for Reforged Eden 2. Definitely not that one. Is it the Arcadian? Maybe it's the Arcadian that I'm thinking of. $32,000 Xeno. And it says Xeno material. That's different. Wait, did they... I'm just now noticing this. Did they change that? It's Xeno material now, not Xeno blocks. So, I was wrong when I said 66,000 Xeno material. Absolutely wrong. Because that definitely says Xeno material now. Yeah, Artemis is a crazy builder. I gotta give him props. His stuff is really powerful. I'm not a big fan of all the roundedness. That's just too much round. There's just too much going on there. I do like... This is one of my favorite things that he's done recently. I know this ship isn't recent, but he used the reception table as an outer hull piece that is like hilariously good. I wonder if he updated this, because I don't remember these turbine fans being on the outside here. He must have updated it. Yeah, I feel like he did update this. Because it doesn't... Something feels different about it. Let's see, one day I aspired to build a battleship like... Not like this, but as good as his. I can't deny how good his ships are. Even if I think the roundedness is a little carried away. He still hasn't told me, like... I still have it, too. I almost wonder if this is what inspired this style of ships that he has. Hang on, let me pull it up. Because I built this a couple years ago. So this was a project idea that I had a few years ago. It was meant to be a dragon head, and I never did finish it. And Artemis Rogue asked for it, and I took it out of my files and then sent it to him. And I never heard back from him about like what he built. This was back when I was on Spange's Discord. So Artemis wanted this from me because I was sitting there talking about and showing some of the things that I'd built and everything, and trying to get better at shaping and everything. And this is one of the examples. Like earlier, you weren't here. I was complaining that I couldn't find shapes for that thing that we've been working on, and this is a good example of like me using all the shaping and everything and trying to get like a dragon head type thing going. Anyway, so Artemis wanted this, and then after Artemis got that from me, he built that, and all these other things. Like these came out soon after. I don't know if this inspired some of these or what, but it was definitely kind of odd. And I asked him, like, what did you end up building with that dragon head? But I mean, if we do like a comparison, I don't think this was the first one, but you can kind of see that same kind of profile shape there. Kind of. So I think he used this as a basis for some of his ships. But then again, these are back when shields were really, really good and you didn't need armor, so you could have an extremely light ship with minimum cores because you didn't need that much thrust. Now you absolutely have to have armor because they've got armor piercing, or more correctly, shield piercing. So some damage will go through the shield. So now you can't do that as much. But yeah, he built, I don't know which ones came out first, but soon after he got that from me, like ships like this started coming out of Artemis Rogue. So I like to think that I inspired it. I have no proof that I inspired it. I just like to think that I did. And if you don't know Artemis Rogue, like check out some of his ships. Like they're amazing combat ships. Like he is a combat genius when it comes to building. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. You just heard me. You just missed me go on a rant about. I think that I inspired Artemis Rogue with this here. Yep, it is. Though I do think he's got way too much roundedness in it. He's got too many cylinders going on. But one day I hope I can build as good as him and Jay Randall and Spange. I just don't play this as much. Oh, it's Dragonhead? Okay, that's fine. I need to get rid of it anyway. I did recently suggest to Jay Randall on his videos that he's having problems with frame rate, and he's been having problems for years with frame rate. And I was like, why don't you just spawn in one ship at a time, do your segment on it, then, stop the recording, remove it. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's one of those games that you either love it or you hate it. And I am somewhere in the middle. Like, I absolutely love building in it, which is why we're here in creative, and I'm trying to build a ship that I'm looking at, which is it's a type of Star Trek carrier ship that this is based on. Ignore the red. The red is just so I can find the blocks that are on the outside and remove any that aren't supposed to be here at the moment. Those are just there for a little while longer because that's going to end up being a ceiling for something, I don't know what. But yeah, just building in this game and flying around the ships is amazing. Actually playing it, not so much. Like ground combat and space combat. The space combat isn't that bad. My problem with the space combat is you missed me talking about my own battleship here. What it takes to bring this thing in versus what it can fight and what you're getting out of those fights is ridiculous. Like there's a giant mismatch. And the makers of Reforged Eden 2, I've said this continuously to them. They're like, no, it's fine. I'm like, no, it's misbalanced. Like here's the resources needed to fight these things, and here's what you're getting out of them. Like, there's no point in bringing in these ships to fight something that you're not getting more out of than what it takes to beat it. And I did a whole video segment on that where I was showing I use Artemis. A lot of people were saying that, well, then my Phantom just sucks. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And so what I did is I did a video of me using the Phantom against a what are they called? Oh, the main bad guys in this, like not not the main bad guys, but the ones that are standard in vanilla. I can't even think of what they're called. Let's see if I can push the right buttons here. I'm still trying to get used to this keyboard. There's the PDF. It's not going to show me anything because we're in creative. Yep, okay. Yeah, I can't think of the enemy. I can't think of their name. Anyway, I took this Spange's Uson ship. I haven't even spawned one in. So this thing. And it's actually not that much smaller than my Phantom. It's about the same size. It's not that much smaller. It just looks bigger because mine's taller. And the landing gear I have the really big landing gear on it. So they're pretty close to the same size. Mine is a little bit longer. I will grant you that. So I took that and his ship, and then Artemis Rogue ship, the Honey Badger, which is slightly less. It's a core 7, I think. So this is core 9, core 7. So I took all 3 of these ships, attacked the same POI, and showcased the damage on them versus what we were able to get out of it. And basically, surprisingly, the Honey Badger Artemis Rogue ship actually took more damage than the other 2. That was actually kind of surprising. It's just my piloting skill is all. I'm not a very good pilot either, so I prefer to be on the ground shooting stuff if the AI in this weren't like, oh, headshot, oh, headshot, oh, headshot. But that's how this game is made, so it's kind of terrible on that front. Which is why I pretty much just get into creative every now and then and build stuff. You're not going to see me playing it too much. Anyway, so yeah, I took these 3 ships, went and attacked the same POI with each one, knocking out its core, and then getting the goodies out of it, like everything that I thought was of value. And I'm talking like big ticket items. I'm not talking like all their little bitty turrets, because there's quite a few of them on there. I'm talking like getting the containers and seeing what was in them, because those ships don't have, or those shipyards don't have very many like high value parts on them. Like they don't have warp cores on them. They don't have, actually no, they do have warp cores. I think that's in, well, depending on which one. The one that has a partially complete Sonnet on it has a warp core in the Sonnet. It's not usable, but you can break it down for parts. So it's got that in there and a couple other things, but there's no high value ticket items in it whatsoever. And you go in there, you loot all the alien containers and everything to see what you get out of there. I think in one instance, like the best that I got out of there was like one little part, and you need like 7 of these to make another part. I can't remember what it is because they've added so much to this now that I genuinely can't remember everything. See, it wasn't it was something like this. It wasn't plasma converters. Only on one of them did I get any plasma converters out of there. It was a little red thing. Let's see if I can find it. What the heck is that? I know that they added new stuff. I haven't even experimented at all with any of it and looked. Was that clothing? Oh, they... What? Jewelry. That's new. Data cores? That's new. Yeah, I hadn't even looked at any of this yet, because I know that they've added stuff from Jay Randall's videos. I don't remember what it was. It was a part for something else. Yeah, this is all completed parts here, so it's not going to be there. It's going to be over here somewhere. Oh, this just listed everything. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what it was. It was red. I think they changed some of the icons. I definitely think some of the icons have been changed since I last was on this. What is this? Communication equipment? I don't know what that one is. Voidium crystals? What? Well, anyway, I got one high value part on it, and it takes like 6 or 7 of them to make the item. Therefore, that has a hamburger on it now. Food shipment? Fertilizer? Oh, they've added new containers for... Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, and I saw these. I didn't mouse over them, but I saw that Legasite ore. Legasite ore? That's new. I'll have to investigate that a lot more. Oh, they gave the salvage new icons. And there's more of them. There doesn't seem to be any difference in the two, though. And junk electronics that can be dismantled using a deconstructor for raw components. Okay. Magnetic plates, that's a new one. Plasma coils. But yeah, so whatever it was, I remember it was like a red cylinder. It looked kind of like this, only instead of being sideways, it was straight up and down. And some people were saying like, that's a really good find. And I'm like, yeah, but it's one, and you need 6 of these things to make it. So I'd have to attack 6 of these places? I was like, look at the damage that's already been done to the ship. But I have to go back and get repairs and everything, and it was for all of them. Again, the damage wasn't that bad. Once I understood like where to attack and everything, but each one of those is different. You're gonna have to go through like a trial and error trying to figure out like which one is which. They're not all the same, and there's very subtle differences. But let's get back to building. So enough of the rant. Let's get that off of there. I don't need that. I really don't. I feel like the nacelles are now like way too small. You missed this earlier, so we've effectively quadrupled the size of the saucer here. It was smaller, like this section here was pretty close to being like right next to this, and then this side here was a lot closer to, like, I think it was like here. So this was a lot more rounded, but I decided like it wasn't big enough, So I spread it out a little bit more, broke it apart, moved it around to make it bigger. And the reason was that I wanted to be able to park a ship on it. Like, use it as... I don't know why it wouldn't do that. But you have places where I could actually land my vehicles on it. After that, though, I kind of realized that maybe I don't want to do that. Maybe I want to be able to park on the inside, so I decided to extend this even further. And, like, potentially, I already found that this one isn't big enough. I don't know which size I'm currently holding. So I figured, like, maybe somewhere... We gotta remember, we got to save space for thrusters. And a thought just crossed my head. Do I want this to be symmetrical? We got symmetry on, but do I want it to be symmetrical? Because it doesn't have to be. And now I'm thinking I don't know where this is going to fit at. So we could do it there. Okay, so we got an upward thruster there. We gotta move the thrusters anyway. They're gonna have to get moved around and shuffled around. So you could come in through there and land. I hate it when it does this. I was... that freaked me out for a second. I was like, what is moving over there? So yeah, you could have these forward hangers here. Normally I would like to have something like that in the back, but I'm not seeing it working back here. Where is... Huh? Okay. I didn't think I went that high. Wow. No, no. So how bad is this? Okay, so it does fit this time. Last time I tried this, it didn't fit. Though, I don't think it's gonna fit this way. It's not that I want to use this ship, it's that I want to make sure that a decent sized miner is going to fit in and out of here. And this is, it's not a huge ship, but it is wide. It's a lot wider than my miners. So that could work. I don't know. So yeah, that could potentially work. I don't like it being that far forward on the ship, though. I mean, we got the ground entrance here. And this is not like a personnel entrance, this is a HV entrance. We do have a problem with the force field, though. I don't know if the ship can pass through that or not. Can I physically? No, I'm hitting it. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting that. I don't know if that's going to be a problem for anything. I need to get some bits and bobs in here so we can fly this thing and move it somewhere so I can see about getting a an HV inside of it, because I think that's going to be a problem. Yeah, and this is too close. This has got to move. This is not permanent. This is just temporary as we like figure things out. Because I'm not a huge fan of that either. We are going to have to put more thrusters in there. I already know those. So we got two big areas here. You'd have the thrusters there, so we'd probably have to do... let's get rid of that for now. Let's get some carbon. We're just gonna outline it. That's yeah, we'll just outline it to there. So all of that would be no-go. You can't do anything there. And then this would be a hangar. We got too much, yeah. Like, I like that idea, but I don't like that idea. I guess we're just gonna stick with the idea of having ships on the outer hull. Because I just don't see a way that we could park any kind of miners on the inside. Unless we did something unique here and made this like bigger. I mean, my normal miners aren't even that big. Like my starter miners, pretty much what I've been doing is just using the Oni by Artemis Rogue because this ship is just too dang good. This is an altered version of mine with the drills on it. So this is effectively the same thing that he built, only a little bit bigger and with laser drills on it. Oh, this has no fuel. And this thing is absolutely tiny and very speedy. Like, he built an amazing little bitty ship. So yeah, it's conceivable that we could build something here. It's definitely possible, because this almost fits perfectly in there. We just gotta find the right size. So we could do that. We'd have to change some of this a little bit, because now there's no ground there. And I've got no problem with that either. These rounded bits, though, this literally is going to be a problem. So why don't we're going to add another rib here and then tear out all of this. And from this, let's not end it abruptly yet. We're going to stylize it a little bit. So that goes there, and then trying to see that. So that goes there. Maybe. Yeah, that seems fine. Okay, and what can we do here? I want this to extend a little bit away from the ship, not very far. I'm changing my mind about that piece. I'm thinking maybe we do something like that. Transition it over to some angles. I'm not sure how far we should go, though. Probably not extremely far, like right about there. That's probably good. We can't do what I was just thinking. However, let's see. Doobie doo. This? No. We'd need this. Not numlock. Give me that one. So we do that, this, that, Yeah. That works out just fine. Now I want to come out just a little bit further here. Because I want this to end here. Whoops. Actually, no, that's just fine. We'll do this. Yeah. So you got that going on. You got your entrance right here. In there, this. No. We're gonna keep it there. And I forgot this whole upper section. Okay, so maybe I do need to tear all that out. It's just gonna be the middle section though. Let's end it here. So you can get your ground vehicles out this way. Obviously this would be open. And then our like little miners and everything. We gotta move this ship. Yeah. That is actually going to work out really good. So next thing we need is our landing zone. You got symmetry mode on. What the heck are you doing? Like, obviously we wouldn't need, like, actual blocks there. We could put we could change out that for carbon at some point. Yeah, that works. Yeah, that works. And then, obviously, for here, just gotta block that in. Got like a giant slope ramp there. Okay, right, we can't remove that, so we'd have to do some kind of decorative thing around here. Wait, why did... I don't remember taking out blocks there. Oh, no, that's the area we just built. That's why I'm getting confused. Okay, and... I guess we just do this normally, just close that off. I'm still thinking, can we do something here? Is there anything we can do here to make this look interesting? Yeah, let's not do the typical thing and close it all in. We do need to close this part in, like right there. That's fine. And then the rest of this... I think maybe we have to. I don't see any way around some of this stuff here. Like right here, this would simply be that. I was thinking we could do something interesting here, but then I realized, like, if I start putting all these here, like, this is only going to take up like one side of the block, and I would want it not to do that, or we would need to use this shape and have it sitting on that, which I thought would be really interesting. But the more I looked at this, the more I realized we don't have the space to do that. Unfortunately. Yeah, there's nothing I can do about that. Or is there? Oh, it's the wrong key. No, I want that. No, don't do that. Okay, we're not done with that spot yet. And no, I'm not going to try and fit a thruster into there. Give me this. Where is it? This one. You got a little decorative window in there. Now, the reason I wanted to do that, not sure which one's gonna look the best. Oh, we don't have my color palette. Dang it. Let's do this one. Oh, that's the whole black. Whole black? That's the whole block. That's not right. That's definitely not right. Is it that one? Nope. Nope. There we go. Now, it doesn't have any power right now. But basically, that's just going to give it, like, a really weird, like, glow spot. We gotta turn symmetry off for this. You get, like, a really interesting little port view there, is what we got going on now. So, yeah, there you go. And how much of this is hangar, how much of this is space, I don't know. We're going as... We're planning stuff out as we go, so... Why am I missing a block there? What? Keep hitting the wrong buttons. So, yeah, there. We got kind of a weird little doohickey there sticking out from the back. Because remember, it's facing that way. And ignore all the red. I can't say it enough. Ignore all the red. The red is just to make sure that I know, like, what blocks I can remove and what blocks I shouldn't remove. So all the red is outer hull blocks. All of it. And technically this doesn't need to be red, but it is because we were copying off. We were, like, swapping blocks or copying blocks, however you want to say that. And like I was saying with this, like, we should definitely go through and do all these. It's not like doing this is hugely important. The whole point of doing that there is weight, to reduce the weight of the ship. Every little piece that you can in order to save on your weight cost. And what I mean by that is, like, when your thrusters. So if you can eliminate weight in any way, do it. And eliminating all these and changing them to carbon That's the best thing you can do, because they're not important pieces. They're not protecting anything. You don't need these little triangles as full weight blocks. You just don't. Okay, so we got all those. I'm still not happy with that. Okay, so we need to get the ones back here now. Oops. I think that's it on those. There weren't that many on that. So we could go through and do these pieces here. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do it. understand why this keyboard is not laid out like a normal keyboard. It's so annoying. That's the only thing I've got to complain about this thing. Like, everything is not laid out like you would expect it to be. Which is constantly messing me up when I'm trying to push something. And there I go again, like pushing the wrong button. Okay, so that is all of this, except for the inner pieces. Yep. Okay, we just go back and forth. So, if you're wondering why I keep going back and forth, it actually is kind of a time saver. That way I'm not having to move the actual item around a billion times. See, like this is on the wrong side, so we come over here. And it fits. And then we grab this one, same deal. And notice that this is on the wrong side, so go across. Boink, boink. And it's going to be the wrong one. Get our triangles. And now we can put our color back on. And for whatever reason, it doesn't do the matching piece on the other side. For whatever reason, the symmetry gets screwed up with some of the texturing. Never understood why. And everybody claims that that doesn't happen. I'm like, nah, it happens all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, the texturing gets jacked up all the time. It does not texture correctly. I still haven't figured out what I'm going to do with that section there. Like, we got options for it still. Like, I'm really tempted to put a few turrets up there. But we got a good chunk of this now. So we got a entrance for at least really small SVs. I don't know about some of my bigger ones. Let's spawn one in, because I don't know where any of them are at right now. Not that one, not this one. No, no. The flea, yes, let's get the flea in. Because this is one that is actually really, really good. And now the question I have is, can we land this thing and can we pull this thing in there? Oh yeah, the flea fits perfectly in there. Yeah. That's perfect. That's a perfect size for the flea. I don't have any landing pads yet, so we're just gonna land there. So that's that one. Then we got the manta ray is definitely not gonna fit in there. Seeker I don't think will fit in there, it's way too big. I don't remember what I called that stupid thing. The sparrow I know won't fit in there, it's too wide. Is it the vermin? I think it's the vermin. Is this the... yeah, okay, so it's this one. And looks like it may actually fit. So this is a... this is a ship you can find in-game that I just retrofitted. Yeah, it'll fit. Good God, I forgot how touchy the controls are on this one. Yeah, it'll fit just fine. We're we're at the wrong height. We landed on that back there. Yeah, so those will fit in just fine. Yeah, I'm not worried about that whatsoever. Those fit in perfectly. So that, it seems small, but it's big enough to get most of your minor SVs through it. Like your small ones. Not any of the big ones. Like, I don't think we could get the Argonaut through there. I don't think the Argonaut would even think about going through there. And I'm saying Argonaut, I think it's the Argonaut. It's not mine. It's somebody else's. It's part of the Wasteland series. This thing is massive. This is an SV. Oh my god, we spawned it like... oops. It's so massive, I spawned it inside my own ship. We gotta get rid of this. Uh, 12:45. I spawned it inside my own ship. It's so big. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. We got the normal vehicles that I use. We got in here. So the Flea was my very first like major mining vessel because a lot of people were complaining about the tick. I don't use the tick anymore. Let me pull out the tick because it's been a while, and if anybody ends up watching this on YouTube, you may be like, the tick. What's wrong with the tick? Because you don't know my ships. What? I don't know why it's red. It shouldn't be. But I designed it like this. All of this is just storage. And the idea is that you would like aim down at the ground and just like dig in like a tick. And a lot of people are complaining about it because it means that this isn't clearing enough space to get like over this hump and over that turret. So I went back to the drawing board and I came up with this monstrosity. Like it's pretty much just cargo extensions and thrusters. This thing, believe it or not, this will actually work on a 4G planet. That was a complete accident. And the reason I know this is I nearly got stuck on a 4G planet, and this thing worked perfectly. I didn't even realize it was a 4G planet until I went to leave. And that was in the Gold Marshal over there. I don't think the Gold Marshal in that particular playthrough is actually finished. But I almost couldn't get off the planet. The only saving grace is that I had barely enough forward momentum, like forward thrust on this thing, just barely enough. You can see that there's only 2 forward thrusters. I had just barely enough that I was going like 1 meter every minute. Just barely enough thrust for me to make it out in space. And I didn't even realize what was going on until I tried to take off, and I couldn't get off the ground. I was like, wait a minute, what is going on here? And so, like, I was able to get off just enough, and then I tipped the ship backwards, just very, very slowly, just going like this. Here, I need to see the, yeah, so it's over there. So I was tipping the ship back, very, 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 very slowly, and then started going forward. It was just this extremely slow climb out of the gravity. I literally did not even realize that, even when I was down there mining with the flea. So this thing has definitely earned its weight in gold. Not the prettiest thing around, but it works. Like, it works surprisingly well. And it mines out a lot very quickly. It even works a lot better than this thing, which is... Okay, this is the termite. So this is an altered Oni by Artemis Rogue. So I took his design of it and I added. I've rearranged some of this. It doesn't have any kind of defense on it, but it's not meant to. It's just a miner. The Oni is meant for defense and drilling. And I don't think I have a normal Oni available somewhere. Oh, look, here's a flea right here. Oni version 2, that's my remake of it. No, this is Artemis's. That's Artemis's. Yeah, both of these are Artemis's. That's such a... If you're in need of a small ship early game to go and gather resources that also has offensive capabilities, I highly recommend Artemis Rogue's Oni version 2. Highly recommend it. It is such a good ship. There's no way I could come up with something so compact that works so well. What is this? Oh yeah, this is... I wanted to beef up the Oni, so I was trying something, and notice it's called the UNF failure because it's such a chunky monkey that it weighs too much. Yeah, here's the termite, another termite that I've got sitting over here. This was another attempt at a SV fighter. So a while back, we're just going to talk about stuff for a minute. A while back, Spange was talking about how the game of today isn't really, you don't really need a capital vessel, just get a really good small vessel. And I never understood that. Like, no, you need a capital vessel because, one, the hauling capability, two, the uh, warp drive on them is much better. And I mean, like, the SV ones can't even jump from system to system, as far as I know. I think the new one can. I do believe that they added a new one. I don't know if that's Reforged Eden added it, like the crew that make Reforged Eden, or if that's standard Empyrion. So they got the jump drive, the advanced jump drive. As far as I know, these only jump in system. They don't jump from system to system. They just jump from planet to planet. I thought there was an actual warp core that they had made. Yeah, I could have sworn they made a warp core for it. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that does initiate interstellar jumps within limitations. What's the range on it? 5 light years. It has a 5 light year range. That's pretty small. Like, you're not jumping from interstellar. Yeah, you're not going far with that. Is that... That doesn't seem right. Because the distance you can go is way too small. Okay, no, this says... Okay, yeah, 15 light years. So you can go 15 light years. I was looking at the wrong thing. This one, I don't think it doesn't say, so yeah. But yeah, again, I don't see why you would need a small SV. However, we go back to, I want to update this thing at some point. I haven't even looked to see if the guy that makes the Wasteland series, I haven't looked to see if he updated any of these, but considering I'm subscribed to him and he hasn't, This is an SV. This is an SV. Like, this looks better than anything I've ever made. I love this thing. I've never used it, though. I need to figure out what's wrong with it and, like, fix it. Oh, it's got room for more generators on it, too. Like, what is wrong with this thing? Is there anything that's in the... Oh, it's the size. The size is why it's red. And the CPU. The CPU's not right. Yeah, so these cores aren't correct. That's probably part of the reason why it's not working. It says core has got 9 of them, though. I was gonna say, you could probably... I don't think you'd have to do much. We're still way over on CPU. I just want to look and see real quick. $18,000 is still over. 21. Ooh. I wonder why that's so high. This is a 2x2 item, so I don't really know if there's anywhere you could like sneak it in somewhere. It's container extension there. I just want to see, like, is there anywhere we can put this? I don't even see that piece anymore. Yeah, I really feel like they did remove things. See, there it is. I don't know why I couldn't find. Why won't you let me place that? Because it's not. It's not. Okay, that isn't actually going to work the way I thought. I mean, there's nothing for it to connect to up there, so it would just be... you'd have to change this. It'd have to be some other thing. Like maybe one of these. So it's just literally sitting on a little shelf right there. Yeah, we got all the cores in there. We're still under CPU budget. That's a lot of CPU for this thing. That is a lot. I would probably take out these drills here. You're not going to need those. You got these 6 drills. Sorry, these 8 drill. You got these 8 laser drills up there. Yeah, you definitely don't need the little. You don't need those. Why is that marked red? I don't understand why that's red. Yeah, so it's just the 4. Okay. Yeah, I would literally take those off. It's going to save a little bit on CPU. Boom, you got fake drills there. I don't think that's going to save a lot of CPU, but... Yeah, we went from 30, what was it, 38 to 33, so we did save quite a bit there. What else has this thing got on it that you probably wouldn't need? Like, honestly, I don't think you need 8 forward-facing drills like that. Jump drive pentaxid. It's got 2 turrets on it and 1. A lot of spotlights, a lot of sensors, a lot of gears, passenger. Like, I know this has got a lot of power being used too. No, it's consuming 2.49 kilowatts of power, and it's producing 27? Yeah, you don't need that much. Hang on. I don't have stuff. Yeah, I do. Let's see what happens. Oh, I don't have the key binding set up apparently. Yeah, I do. Ooh, this thing moves quick, that's for sure. As long as I've had this, I've never actually used it. I don't see our generators doing much. They're getting up to 50, 51. So maybe we leave the generators alone. Good God, can I push the right button, please? Oh, we don't have, okay. Oh, it's got 9. There's another one up here. I didn't even see that one. Good God, that's a lot. I just realized where that thruster is. It's literally poking out there. I imagine that probably wasn't the case originally. Like, you could probably upgrade the thrusters a little bit. Nah, it seemed to move okay. I'm thinking in terms of like upgrading in order to remove. You could probably save a little bit of CPU on it doing that. This is something I have been wanting to do for a very long time, is revamp this thing so it's actually usable. Size class 10 though, or complexity 10. How did we get complexity 10? How did we go up from 9 to 10? I honestly have no idea. This thing's got 6 generators in it. And then you got all these large ion thrusters in it. So it's got the large ion, so that's 500 CPU per. And it's A 2.4 thrust. Okay. Large, medium. 360 CPU, and it's 1 millinewton of thrust. You could actually save a little bit. I don't know what that would push the build cost up to, though. Got large ion here with fuel tanks right there. Okay. Ouch. Same goes there. I wonder why they chose to, like, clip through that there. Could they not? Wait, what? Yeah, the shields are not on. Yeah, they totally had room to put that all the way back. Why did they choose to knock that out instead of putting it all the way back in? And this one seems to be an aesthetic choice. Also, we got all this. Okay, so that's probably an aesthetic choice, because I know those blocks weigh a lot too. I'm just trying to think, like, is there any way, is there anything we can... Is that an actual radar? No, it's not, because this thing only has the... Yeah, this thing only has the regular radar on it. Oh, right, because we got... Where is it? So now you got a real one, and I bet that put your CPU up more. Yep, it did. I knew it was going to happen. We need to get back to my ship. This still bugs me. Like, I kid you not, that does really bug me. Yeah, okay, so that is corrected. It looks like you could fit another thruster down there, but I don't see how. Like, they've already... This is a vanilla build, by the way. And it's already... If it's in Reforged Eden and it's using way too much CPU, like, I don't know how you would use this in vanilla. Because the CPU is totally different. And it's actually worse in vanilla than it is, like, Reforged Eden does a good job of rebalancing that. I think it could be balanced a little bit better, but that's just my opinion versus the creators. Good God, like, I can't even imagine how much this would cost to bring in. And that definitely looks a lot better there. And I don't know why you would have those side drills either. That makes no sense to me. Like, this thing is so big that you're not going to pull it into the hole that you're digging out. Plus, you can only use one set of weapons at a time, so why even have those? It's just a waste of CPU. If it were actual weapons, that's kind of a different story. Like, I have a different opinion on how weapons should be done or used. What else? Is there any other devices we could potentially cut out of this? Yeah, we got... Oh, right, because we haven't... There you go. You got your two basics, you got your two improved, your two advanced, and your two superiors. So that's a lot better. Shield generator, flare, processor, fridge, 6 generators, which is fine. 11 harvester. Oh, because we got the 2 harvesters. Which I don't understand why these are red. Oh, I do know. Or do I? Well, I didn't mean to remove both of them. I wonder if that was originally like... I wonder if this was originally a... I wonder if they cheated, basically. So I'm thinking maybe this was... They designed it as a CV. And then you can alter the coding to make it an SV. But some parts cause issues with doing that. And then they went through and changed out most everything. I have no idea if that's the case. I'm just thinking out loud. Like, that sounds like that's what probably happened. So we're still over core. We still have way too much. The thrust I'm fine with, because this is a minor after all. And if it's going with that much thrust, this thing should be able to go to a 4G planet, no problem. I don't know what else to cut off, though. Like, maybe a drill or two? Like, how many drills have we... That's way too many drills. I do think we need one in the center, though. I don't know how big of an area that's going to cover. So these are 500 apiece. That's only going to remove 1,000. That's not going to be enough. It would have to be some of the thrusters. We'd have to either downgrade the thrusters or figure out how to upgrade them. You see, these are all large ion. Say 2 and 2 there, and then here, so 6 total. These I wouldn't want to touch. So this has got large ones there. They're 500 apiece. I don't really know what it would take to make some of these. So that's... How much is that? That's 30,000. Is it 30? No, 3,000 CPU right there for all 6. I don't think we can actually change that by much. Like, if we started putting in plasmas, maybe. So medium plasma 120, and we got 280 newtons of force, kilonewtons. So if we go and find these, it's 4.8. So it's almost double for 750. Actually, it's exactly double. So we could actually upgrade those and save 250, but it would only be one set that we're replacing. So 750, 1500, we're still looking at the same problem there. And I like this setup, like having two of those, that makes a lot of sense coming through there. It's this that I wouldn't mind getting rid of. So what I'm tempted, okay, what we could do for this guy. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Put that in there. And our thrust shouldn't have moved. 85 actually went up 1 point. Literally went up 1 point. Yeah, didn't change. Okay. How much CPU did we save? I don't think we saved that much. Can't really tell. Okay, I feel like we need to do the same. Okay, I see what's going on here. Okay. So I feel like we'd have to do that to a few things just to have any significant increase in or decrease in the so if we did that and then remove this, see that dropped. Not by much, but it dropped. Where's our thrust was at? Right and left. Okay, that's fine. And I don't think our CPU changed, so 28. Let's try this. 20. Yeah, so that's definitely a good change. Definitely a good change there. And again, our CPU did drop. We went from 34,400 something to 33,900. We're still way over budget on that. We really need to get back to my ship. The ship that I've been trying to build. So we got large ones here too. The only problem with that is we'd have to eliminate these two. And that shouldn't change the thrust much. So our forward thrust is 58. And forward thrust is 56. So that does change that quite a bit. I don't see any way around. What'd that do to the CPU? It only dropped at 500. I mean, that's an improvement. There's nothing I can do about the forward thrust or the reverse thrust. Yeah, right and left, up, down, forward. Because it's literally just two there, so I can't really change that. So we're down to 33. We're making progress on reducing it. I don't think there's much more that I can do, though. I literally don't think there's much else I can do to this to reduce the CPU. Like, we're gonna have to start pulling off other parts. Like, you kind of need the constructor. Yeah, I don't think there's much else you could do. You'd have to start pulling off all of these drills on the front. I mean, to be brutally honest, I don't know why you would need so many drills. To drill fast, yeah, you could definitely drill a lot quicker with all of these. But we gotta cut CPU on this thing somehow. We're still almost 5,000 CPU over on this thing. And that's at core 9. We have all the CPU cores we can put in here, except for, like, the quantum stuff and the auxiliary cores. I don't even have a ship in my main game that has 9 cores in it. This thing is just extremely costly. Okay, so we could probably put this in there and save a lot of I do mean a lot of CPU, because this thing, like, honestly, that thing should be able to power this by itself. We shouldn't need any of the other cores or generators. Yeah, look at that. We're under. We're good. That thing, that's like a huge difference. Like, I was just looking at it, like, this produces 4.5 kilowatts of power. This is 20. Just one of those should be enough, because they had 6 of these, so that's... They had... How much did they have in here? 36? Like 39? And that was, what? 12,000 CPU right there? Honestly, I think we probably need to put another one of these. Okay, so the CPU is now over, but... Hang on, let's, Okay, so it's producing 27 kilowatts of power. Okay. It's producing 20, and we are underneath our limit on the CPU there. However, we are lower than we should be for the ship's power generation. So we'd only need 2 more, so that'd be 4,000 CPU. Do we have 4,000 to play with? No, we have less than 3. Those are... We have less than 3 to play with. Yeah, I don't see any way of doing that. And I don't think I'm going to worry about it either, because I don't think it's going to be that necessary, because I am going to pull off a few drills. We don't have that. Yeah, it did spike at like 67 power and everything, but oh, there goes. It just went red. Honestly, I really feel like the only drills you would really need for this thing's over the top. Like, let's be honest, you would never actually use this because it's going to be so expensive. By the time you got everything you need for the cores, like, you could have a smaller thing that is just way better. Like, this thing is just so over the top. I don't see it as absolutely necessary to have something this big. It'd be really cool to have, though. And see, you got turret placements here. But the CPU issue, I don't understand why you don't have an armor locker back here. Alright, let's go back to my ship because I'm just getting jelly just looking at it. Like, it's so over the top detailed and everything. It's just absolutely amazing to look at. And then we got this. 1246. No, we'll leave that. Actually, I don't need that right now. We do need this. I don't need that right now. Don't need that right now. Like, I may need to move things around, so might as well keep them. Alright, what do we need? What do we need to do? Okay, first things first. We need to get these guys out of here. Okay, so everything red should be outer hull blocks. Outer hull blocks. Hang on, so let's grab... Okay, so these are... They have a mass of 16 and they have a mass of 500 kilograms and a volume of 16. Okay. And then this has a mass of 120. They fixed this. These are actually now lighter. Oh, they fixed it all the way over to these. These are now lighter. Okay. I didn't realize that they made those lighter finally. I don't know how much space I gave myself in that one. So one of the things that I do a lot in this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is I go back and measure out like previous ones because I went through a lot of trouble to figure out like what the measurements need to be in order for something to fit in a particular place or a particular order. So it just makes it easier. I just realized that we don't have this going on. To really get an understanding for what I need to do in the given situation. So we had this as 6. That's the space that we gave ourselves on the other one. So all that gets filled in. Okay, cool. Now, technically, we're just gonna do this. Pretty much just gonna wall that off for now. And then next up is this, because you're not going to be flying in here. I'm feeling like we need to do like a rounded shape in here. I don't know if we want to do like a full round or... Okay, yeah, we can't do what I was just thinking. But what we can do... This is also going to give the illusion of having more headroom. Oh, there's one problem I just thought about. Yeah, that's only a specific size. Because we'd have to use these here. In the corners. We only have these two sizes. We don't have one that's this thick. See, it's a great idea, but then we don't have a piece to put in there. I really wanted that to be rounded, but we don't have anything that we can do there. Oh, that's the wrong way. So we got that we can do there. So it gives the illusion of a little more head space. And then I guess we'll do along here what I originally wanted to do. Yeah, that's just gonna have to go to there. Okay, yeah, cool. So this is now our hangar area. So you could park like 3 HVs in here, and potentially, depending on the size of the SV, it's got to be big enough to fit through this hangar door. But you could park probably, I don't know, 6, 7 on the inside here, and this isn't even like, we still got all this space here for various bits and bobs. But we still need to figure out, like, where are we going to pilot this thing from? I haven't quite figured that out yet. I also need to get bits and bobs in here so we can fly this thing. So we need an engineering section in this. I feel like we do need a hydroponics bay. We got plenty of space, though. We don't really need all the space that we have available to us. I mean, heck, this is hollow. Or it could be hollow. We got a lot more that we can do with this. Let's just go ahead and fill all this in. Oop. Why? Why did you do that? Or more correctly, why did you not do that? Yeah, we still need to divvy this up into various sections. Like we need engineering, we need to put the shield generator in. A few other things. We got spaces here we can do certain things too. And we still got room for more thrusters. That thrust is not great, but it's not terrible either. Heck, we could probably do a couple things here with... We got the space. You could probably fit you could fit a whole fleet of Onis in there. So here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. We're gonna say 13. So I want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 there. Mm. We'll have to see here in a second, because I'm not entirely sure. I was thinking you would be able to do what I'm thinking, but now that I'm looking at it, I don't think you'd be able to. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to. I mean, you do have enough room to fly around inside the hangar in an Oni. This may be a termite, but it's still the Oni. It's still Artemis's creation. I will never deny that that is actually his. I may call it the UNF termite, but that is straight up an Oni that I've just reconfigured. That's all this is. This, I'm not too happy with. I was thinking like we could do like a catwalk kind of thing, but there's two problems with that. First off, you can't do it with this side. It has to be here so they can put the railing on the top of it. And that's problem number one. Now, I don't know what we would do with this, because we do have space up here for stuff. And I am still very, very, very tempted to use this as a walkway. So you can get up here, but we've got that engine there, and the furthest it's going to be is like there. So in order to get up there into it, you'd have to come to at least here, which puts you in range of the heat from that. So it's still, it's not something I want to do, but it's still a possibility. I've never actually used these curved doors before either. Okay, you would definitely have to have something like that. Now see this, I just realized that that's hanging off the block below it just slightly. And this is not going to line up with that at all. The only window I could possibly put there is the square. The only reason I want to do that is I've never used those before. There's just certain parts in here, like I really wonder, has anybody ever used? I was just thinking, we do have that, but there's no reason to have those roundy bits in here. That actually works magnificently. This, on the other hand, we don't really need. I think I've just worked myself into corner. Actually, let's change this one into this. Ooh, that's the problem, is this. That's got a hangover on it. This one does not, so it doesn't match. Alright, yeah, so you got that going on. It's a little bit taller than this room, but I would prefer like something. No, that's not going to work. It's like too thick. Oh, that'll work. Boom. I don't know what we'd put in these two different sections, though. That's still a lot of work to be done on that. Yeah, that's as close to a piece that I really wish we had. So what I would like to have is like this, but with one of these sides filled in. Because one of the things we can do out here is create the illusion of space just by increasing the height here. So if I went and did like this, well, it wouldn't have to be, well, no, it'd have to be that one. Yeah, but that ain't gonna work. We'd have to use corners and angles. We couldn't do rounded because we got more options with these shapes than we do the other ones. Where, okay, so if I did like this one, I did it there and there, then we've got looking again, we couldn't do that one. Oh, no, 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 no. I just saw it. We could do that one. And then we got the only, okay, this is just realizing now. The only problem with that is we can't put anything on it. So if I wanted to use like actual lights, I couldn't do that. It'd have to be all texture lights. Well, we don't have to do that 100% everywhere. We could do that in certain places, but I don't see that happening right this second. just do that to there for now. So there you go. You got an entire section there, and then we need these. I feel like we'd actually just do these like right here. I don't think you would need all the... Yeah, no, we're not going to do that there. And so from here... Oh, we can't do that. I hate it when these things don't line up. Okay. You're a problem. Oh yeah, and you would totally notice that too. Oh, there's literally nothing I can do about that. Like, we could use this. God, I think that would look so weird. There's nothing I can do about that. Alright, it's just gonna have to be an open elevator. I don't like doing that. I honestly don't like that. But the more I look, the more I realize that there's no way around it. Because in order to get the gray there, I need to be on that block level. However, in order to be up against that, I have to be on this block level, which is where that's at. And so we're stuck either way we go on that. It doesn't matter which way we go, there's neither one's good. That's not gonna work. Uh, uh. I'm also tempted, like, come out this way with it. Yeah, I feel like that's good. They're doing that. Still not sure where we're gonna put the cockpit at, or the bridge of the ship. Just not sure where we're gonna put that at. Let's go and try to deal with this, because I've been neglecting it and putting it off and putting it off and putting it off. So we're just gonna go ahead and play around with this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess that kind of works there. Okay, so that's sticking out further than themselves. That's not what it was intended to be. So maybe we change this back portion. Okay, so how about we come off there? Okay, that's about equal with it, so... I don't want it to be a carbon copy of that. Yeah, so the front would be pointier than the back. Okay, that works. I don't even know what this is supposed to be on it. Like, I can't see any detail on that particular image. It's just a thing that's there. Of all the things I've watched here lately, and I've got like a couple of things just running through my head now. There's a advertisement on YouTube for a it's an Avatar: The Last Airbender thing, and it's the voice actress for Toph. And she's saying like, "Wha ha ha ha! I am not Toph. I'm Melon Lord," and that's like stuck in my head right now. Which is crazy that that's stuck in my head because I have never once watched Avatar: The Last Airbender. Aardvark. The Last Aardvark. I swear the music in this sounds like something straight out of the 80s. Okay, that's this. Now, there is an interesting little bit on this thing that I can see. I can't make it out that well, but I can see it. We're gonna try and like see if we can recreate what I'm looking at. I don't know how big it is or exactly where it would be, but I'm gonna guess like right about there. Now, I don't have the proper shapes for a lot of whatever this is. It's just a thing that's up on top of this. And I can't really tell what it is. It's just like a shape. That's all it is. I am going to try... No, not that one. I wanted this one. I thought it would be interesting if we just did this. Really? Yeah, I don't know what you would even say any of the rest of this is, because it's just there on this thing. But you can kind of see, like, there's some kind of shape there. Okay, I think we got all of them. So now I need to grab this one and basically do the exact same thing. Okay, and then this one. Not there. It will be there. It probably will be there. No, that's gonna be... Where is it? That one. You know, I keep thinking of music like that and thinking that's like my rising music, like that's me coming into my own and everything, as far as streaming and everything. And then it never happens. Let me say that again. Then it never happens. It's like your epic music. This is your intro. This is you becoming who you're meant to be. Which I'm thinking is a lot of bullshit, because I am still waiting on that. No matter how many times certain people tell me that. Okay, cool. We got this. I really do think at this point in my life that I don't have a destiny, I don't have a purpose. I just am what I am. Yeah, I don't know what this thing is on the back here. I don't know how you would even get to it. My best guess is that I don't have a guess. Like, there's no physical way you're getting to this on that Star Trek ship. There just isn't. I mean, you got the nacelles running right alongside of it. Unless you're, like, getting radiation badly. Okay, and I don't think I can remove that one. Yep. Actually, technically, I shouldn't have removed those. That's fine, that can stay there. We do have a lot of wasted space throughout this nacelle, though, so, like, fuel cells probably be really good to put in there, and the O2. The only thing I don't like about doing that is all the parts I like being able to access, except maybe the thrusters. There's no real reason to be able to access the thrusters. I mean, you're in space, you can go outside and go to them. Now, on this guy, I've got him covered up with these giant panels because I think it looks cool. But from the inside here, there is no physical way you can get to any of the thrusters. Like, this is covering up thrusters here, and then all the others you just can't get to. I do need to reconfigure this a little bit because I realized a problem later on. This set of grow plots right here is unusable because there's a thruster right there. That was a mistake. I didn't realize you couldn't do that. I guess we could just solve the mistake by doing that. Why can't I put anything there? That's weird that it won't let me put anything there. Oh, no. That's a thin wall. That's why. Yeah, I knew that. We're kind of wasting a grow light there, but, you know, whatever. Now, I don't know what to do with this section. Because I can't even tell how big it's supposed to be. It's just sitting there in between the two there. Now, again, we could potentially put the bridge there, but then the question becomes, how do we get to it? And the answer is, I don't know. I don't see any way to get there that it isn't weird. Like going here, like you're right next to that thruster. Like maybe we could cut you off like right here. And you can get to it? I don't know. I don't think there's many of these on this one. We're definitely not finishing this today. It's already like 7 o'clock. We're almost at 5 hours. I do like how this one's coming together. Like, I do like the shape of it. Like, this is a very interesting ship so far. And there you go. That's all open now. I'm a little bit worried about this because I don't know how to fix this problem. Because I think that's going to cause problems trying to get in. Like, I guess we'd have to do that. I feel like that would cover it. Let's go ahead. We just gotta... Just gonna throw 2 in there. It shouldn't matter. We need that, and then we need some... I mean, it's gonna put 4, but... I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, we're way over on CPU, but again, I'm not worried about it. I can't think of what it's called. Are all the parts even here? Like, I don't see... I know it's not that. I can't even think of what it's called. It's, wow. My brain just does not want to work right now. Am I just that blind? Am I not seeing it? Like, what is going on here? Control station. Hello? What is going on here? What? What? I'm sorry, what? It was that. Okay. I don't remember why I wanted to do this. Oh, yes, I do. It wasn't actually to fly it. Yes, okay, that works. This is all covered. So if we had oxygen in here, which we currently don't, it wouldn't be escaping anywhere. Cool. That's the real reason why I wanted to do this. We don't even have landing gear on this yet. How much landing gear do we need? Like, so it only needs to be 2 blocks tall, which technically means we need 3. 3 blocks tall it is. See, we could get away with that, but I'd rather not. And these are 3 blocks tall, so we can literally put this in the hole in places. I don't know where, though. I haven't thought that far ahead. So let's... Space is blocked? So I feel like one there works. There works. Yeah, I'm not too happy with this, but... Oh, right, there wasn't... Yeah, that didn't have stuff on it. Now, I don't think we have a platform big enough to land it on. So, in order to land it on something... Wow, that's the first time I've seen this slow down. I'm sorry, what happened? I don't know what's happening. How am I controlling that? That should definitely have a big enough landing spot for us. It didn't go all the way down, though. I guess that'll work. It's not actually flat. Oh, I love this thing. I haven't actually used it yet. Just a really cool base concept that I came up with. This is like a default build in the game, and I rebuilt it completely, and then we added on to it. So we got a whole solar panel array over here to get all of the power that we need. We don't have many generators in it because I didn't see a need for it. This thing should... This shouldn't be using any power. Like, nothing should be on. It does have quite a few lights on it, though, now that I recall. Yeah, so now all the lights should be off. All the texture lights, though. Like, it's kind of hard with how the capacitors and solar panels work to tell, like, how much they're producing. And it seems like they have changed this because this is not catching much light at all. And we're out in space. Alright, I'll be right back. Okay. Um. Yeah. So there was a video, like, I don't know when it was posted, but I commented on it, and somebody's been chatting with me back and forth on that because they don't believe I was actually living in Germany, simply because of some statement I made about food. But most people don't understand like other countries' foods, and they're still trying to say like, no, 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 it's like this, and I'm like, no, I lived there, I ate their food. It's not like that at all. No, sorry, not gonna buy what you're selling. Anyway, what else do we need to like do on this thing? Like we got a lot to do still, but I feel like we're quickly running out of time for today. And I don't know when we'll be back to this because again, this is not something I really I like to get in, I like to build, and that's about it. I don't really care to play the actual game anymore. Like maybe if I got in with a few people, I would consider it, but not something I'm really keen on ever doing. I feel like we're just gonna do this. However, oh, we don't have that much room to do it. Yeah, we're gonna try to do this. Okay, we do need to change this out. We can't go too far with this, though. Yeah, that's literally as far as we can go. So at least it's not like one long tube thing. Then another thing we can do. We don't have the right. It would have to be Xeno to do that. I mean, we can do this. So now you got like a little bit of glow detail there. At least it's something. Like it's starting to look like something. You know, I thought about this earlier. One thing that I forgot that we have available here is these pieces. And they did include this shape. So technically, we could make exactly the thing that we needed to make this smoother. It would definitely go up at a much faster pace. Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about it. It's too late on that. And I still don't know about this being like that definitely seems to be like a good spot to have like where you would be piloting this from. You could put a bunch of different things in here too. And I'm still thinking about putting some turrets up there. But that means you'd have to walk through all of this. don't think these, yeah, those I don't think are structurally important. Whoops. Pulling off those is just gonna like reduce some weight. Okay, so that should definitely let me know, like, all right, like I was saying, that should let me know, like, everything that I can remove. I don't understand, like, why that's not getting painted red. So that's our support spots. There's no reason to remove those. Like, okay, so what's going on here? So we got this long possible hallway that we could use. I don't like that. And the reason I don't like that is because if you are, let's say you're in one of your mining vessels, one of the minor SVs, and your ship gets attacked. Well, that means you've got to come in here, park it somewhere, come over to these ramps. We haven't figured out where we're going to put those yet. Go up this, up here, up this, up here, and into here, and into your cockpit, into your control room to get into the seat. And that just feels like a long way to go if your ship is under attack. Like, that's just crazy that you would have to go that far to get up to be able to pilot the ship. So I don't like that. I'm not sure what this section should be, though. I definitely feel like it should be something and not just a wasted possible room, which has got me thinking, like, potentially this could be the crew quarters, or maybe even engineering. We still got actually, I don't think it could be engineering, because there's some of the pieces, like the shield generator, it's like 3 or 4 blocks tall. Yeah, it's 3 blocks tall, so it won't even fit in there. And it's a 3x3 cube, so it's not going to fit in there. I mean, the warp drive might. Like, it's 2x2 on this angle. We only have a 4x4 space available, so I can't stand this thing up straight. So that's a no-go on that. I'm not even really sure where I want engineering to be. So you got those. I've got generators there. We still got to figure out the thrusting on this, and potentially, like, maybe we can put some turbines in this to reduce the power consumption. Maybe. I don't know. We got to put radar in here. Which I think the radar dish would have a good spot back there. Another thing we could do is we could have our... No, we can't. I was going to say we could put our grow plots in here, but our grow plots need 3 high of space. So you got where the actual... So you got where the actual plant grow plot goes, where the plant goes, and then where the grow light needs to be. So you need 3 space of room to put that, which I feel like we're going to do over here somewhere. I'm not exactly sure where. I was thinking we could do like a double height room for that, but remembering that the grow lights have to be 2 blocks above the block because you got the plant growing there, we can't do it that way. Those don't take up as much room as I thought they do. Either that or they shrunk them slightly. Because that's the advanced ones. No, that's the improved. The advanced one is like ginormous in comparison. Or it used to be. They did reduce this down a little bit. I think it was bigger. I think it was. I'm not sure. I think it was a lot bigger originally. I have no idea on that. Another thing we need is we definitely need the computer room for the cores. So our thrust is slowly going down. So eventually we are going to have to address the thrust issue. The CPU we're at... I'm not sure how much we're at. I really don't want to use all of those. Okay, so by default, at the moment, this thing is a Core 3. At the moment. We got probably too much power being generated, but... Oh, I thought we had more space there. We really don't. That is kind of where I want to keep the wall, but we may have to move it. I really don't know at this time. So, yeah, we'll continue working on this at a later date. So, yep, I won't be back until Sunday. That will be the earliest that I can get back on and do some more streaming and everything and say hello to everybody. So I hope you guys have enjoyed me fussing around trying to build this thing and all today. I know we didn't really do much this last 4 hours on this. 5 hours, 5.5 hours. Wow. But yeah, it's a large project. Like, it's something that's going to be ongoing for a while. I don't know how long, but again, we will try and figure out like what days we're going to work on this and everything. I got to figure out a schedule for all this time that I don't have. But I am liking this a lot. I mean, we did get this hangar door in there. That's really cool that we were able to fit that in there. We'll have to get like a sensor here to open it up. Anyway, I hope you guys have enjoyed, and don't forget to stick around for more and subscribe for future videos and streams and everything. It has been a pleasure talking to everybody. Thank you guys. Thank you for the couple of follows that I got. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you, Inte, for sharing some knowledge, Epic Troll. And Tyro, I hope that you come around more and ask questions or anything. I'm not the all-know-it guy. I know a little bit, and it'd be great to have somebody to talk to on stream. So yeah, if you guys could just stop by occasionally again and let's strike up a conversation, see where it goes. Anyway, until then, guys, don't forget, I am Natanis Likens, and subscribe. I'll see you later. Bye for now.